Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Wait, actually, I've been trying to think of a way of making this clip based. Well, the first thing I need to do is like, I need to wait for the video to come out in case there are any problems. So I can't actually gut this guy. And I don't want to, he's really fun. But also, I got showed a way to do hit crit based on an occultist. I don't have any of the gear. I don't have anything for it. I don't have anything for it. But I'm real tempted. That's not true. You have the mage blood. I mean, yeah, but like, and I have the flasks and a lot of the gear is the same. And we've already bought several things, but okay, so let's see. So I want to steal that, and I want to steal that, and I want to steal this. Yeah, the issue is trying to figure out how much damage these relics do. Yeah, good luck. Good luck figuring that out. Now, I feel like I don't want to sell this stuff yet because I haven't actually made a fucking video on any of it. €100 already stripping it. I mean, I'm halfway through 98. It was real fun. I wasn't planning on it. I was gonna go to 100, but then, hold on. But then this happened. See that? That says 92 mil. Eesh, right? Crit chaos. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I don't want to copy this 1-to-1 though. Because like it only has 2 clusters. I'm pretty sure I can have 3 clusters. And I want them. Like I'm not gonna straight up copy this one. I was introduced to the most profitable and most boring farm in the game today. Is it Uberlab? Or the one past that? Because apparently people were making like 60 div an hour. Oh yeah, bottling rogue exiles. Yeah, that's been a thing since like day 4. I forgot it existed because it's so fucking shit. It's so boring. Oh, bottling rogue exile. I forgot about that. You're not wrong. That is the best. Jesus though. Jesus though. Yours looks 2 times better than what I came up with. Completely worth. You'll love it. Can I see what yours is? It's gone. Rip. What good is that? So, I gotta try and figure out how I change this. I think, to start with, I can just swap to Unbound for woke destruction? Oh, controlled destruction. Right. Nah, this will go crit multi. Right, so I need to pull in my own path of building. And we need to sort of work out how I'm going to do this. So, one thing I know for sure is that I'm going to have that. Now that's already an 8. And that's already an 8. And that's not an 8. but I'm going to need 3 8s, and I'm going to need to take the back node in all 3 8s. So I'm going to have to do new cluster jewels. So we want percent increase. We want life. We still need that. Then we need vicious bites. And probably an all res. Maybe like that.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Prime check.
Gullier, we give it a prime. So we need one that goes like that. Do we even need... When that says plus 94, does that mean 94 over? It does, doesn't it?
Get your magic find characters
Where does
ready.
all my resist come from? I have so much resist. Did I say did I put maximum mana on that thing? Oh, I did too. Oops. Ooh. And Zedicius dead. Thank you also for the prime. Oops. Maximum life. Okay, so we need to change that from all to chaos then. Okay, that's perfect. And then we need to copy paste it to get one that has attack speed. Yes. Cool. Now, here's our big problem. We are 6 levels over. Now, in a perfect situation, I would drop the caster mastery and that jewel socket, and that would be enough. But I don't really want to do that. Just grab my map. Oh no. Would I be willing to give up this much life? It's a lot of life to give up, but if I do that, I can go here. And if I do that, I can drop all of that. Fuck. That's perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Morning. Trying to work out how I'm going to change my build over to your build, basically. I think that maybe we have to go old school with the clusters. I think maybe we're better off going old school with the clusters. So when I say old school with the clusters, what I mean is we go renewal. I think it's raise and pillage that makes it to the back. And then vicious. And then chaos res, where are you? I mean, I'm at 150 now. Okay, but can you change back into a sword? Because they're so much better. If you can keep a sword and stay above 100, that's gotta be the play, right? Are we counting DPS or divines invested? Oh, you went glass cannon without... No, fuck that. I mean, I understand why you might do such a thing, but I would never. Oh, what attack speed is used on the source to maximize the CDR of above 82? As long as you've got at least 1.6 base attack speed, you're already hitting everything you need. More attack speed is for us to feel better. See, okay, so if we do our... Oh, they're all 12s. I don't want 12s. Change 8. So if we do them like that, we do lose the life portion. We don't have to take the back nodes anymore. And the other node becomes 5% chance to deal double damage. And we get to save a bunch of points. And if I can save a bunch of points like that, then I can potentially, still go this way. Do I even want those 3 points though? Not 12s with pure damage? Well, no. I hit a fraction socket on a primal rapier attack speed. Primeval. That doesn't seem like one of the bases you should be fracturing. I'm pretty sure that's not one of the bases you're supposed to be fracturing. Where did you get the idea to fracture that? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but what do we want more life still? I can't get in there. Not enough. I definitely don't want to give that up. Yeah, look, you can make it work. You don't like if you're broken, you can't do anything about it and you've got to use that, it'll work, but you should never have tried to fracture that weapon. You need one of the 1.6 base attack speed weapons. Hmm. Hmm. What about a thread there? Alright, so first let's look at I'm sure there was a different grand spectrum. Isn't there a minion crit spectrum? Ooh. Ooh, they can be crit chance or crit multi? Ooh. Ooh. It says current. It says they can be both. Oh, let's get right. Minion crit multi. Right, so it's only minion multi. Okay. Alright. And because the dex requirement is so low. Right, so here's your problem. Item. Craft an item. Rare. Thrusting sword. Right, so when we look, whalebone rapier is 1.6 base attack speed. It has a 32 dex requirement. Jagged foil, 77 dex requirement, 1.6 base attack speed. Elegant foil, 1.6 base attack speed, 101 dex requirement. Also, if you're using the Caspiro jewel, then the dex requirement doesn't matter at all. One of the most common weapons we see is the lab one, just because it looks the coolest. It's not the one I've got, but the lab one looks the coolest. And if 1.6 is the max. So 1.6 base attack speed is the maximum, yeah, the highest one, the, you know, what did I say? The highest one? Yeah, the highest one is the most common one just because it looks the coolest. It's just the coolest looking sword that has a 1.6 base attack speed. I said lab? Right, I meant heist. But it really doesn't matter. Any of them work, right? How many grand spectrums do I have in? 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay. If you're gonna try and corrupt for RT, it does matter. Oh, can the heist one not get RT? Actually didn't know that. So spirit offering would go here. Here we go. Assassin's Mark here. And we would go mark on here. Now the real question is, would my dudes have power charges? Oh, on hit, they would. They would have power charges. So configuration. Do your minions use power charges? Yes. Is this? Yes, they have power charges. Yeah, I forgot that. Assassin's Mark gives like a 5% on hit, so they're just gonna have that. This crits up for late game. Yes. So instead of Unbound Ailments, we would run now Crit Strike Chance. And then instead of Enhance, we would run Crit Damage. Yeah. Fuck yeah. So that puts me at a 77% chance to crit, which isn't quite enough. I know old mate in control here has a wand on instead of a sword, which gets him 100% crit because he's got a suffix. But like, how much crit do you really lose out of that? Let's have a look real quick. It's only 10. It's only 10% crit chance. I feel like personally, I would rather have 90% crit and be wearing a sword still, because it's just so fucking nice to whirling blades around the place rather than have to deal with barrage of volley fire. Like, I'd rather have 10% less crit and still be able to whirling blades. Forbidden, forbidden. So let's move our grand spectrum there. Are you done with Death Oath? I think so. Instead of shit uses my yeah, so one, 20% clicks is a lot. Two, I don't know, stricter filter, probably not. Also three, I don't wanna click them all. But four, and perhaps the most important, if this works out, even if I get it up to like 60 or 70 mil instead of 100, I can probably just do Blightheart. Like, the issue with Blightheart wasn't that I didn't have enough. I already had enough damage. The issue with Blightheart was that it would absolutely fuck me, right? Like, it just wouldn't work. missing the point. Why not just stick to poison? It's not that much more than 40. I mean, first of all, if you can get up to 70, that's nearly double. So I don't know about not much more.
Get your magic find characters ready.
But also, and perhaps more importantly, if you're not doing poison calculations, then you can suddenly do all of the strats we couldn't do because we crashed the client before. Because that is based on poison calculations. That's what's causing the biggest issue, right? You can't do Blightheart because there's 2 million poison calculations going on. Calculations are causing absolute graphical freak out during Black Mania. Yes, but that it's not exclusive to poison, right? That's what's causing the problems no matter what for anyone. But when you're a poison build like this, you're doubling the amount. So you've got a hit calculation happening and a dot calculation happening. So we're hitting all those graphical glitches way quicker than anybody else is. Right? So if you're doing nearly double the damage to start with, then you have to deal with half as many mobs, basically. You're going to kill them twice as quick. So that's going to cause less of a problem. And then you get rid of all of the chaos, all of the poison calculations in the build. And so that gets rid of like 50% of the problem as well. So you end up being able to you end up causing yourself 25% of the issues. Okay, so keeping my current sword on, I have a bit of a problem if I do this with life and chaos res. Are these grand spectrums really worth? Oh god, why is my DPS so low? It thinks my DPS is only 14 mil if I do this. What the fuck is going on? What have I missed? What have I missed? Min-maxed? How you doing? I've got Void, I've got Crit, I've got that. One of you can have... And just got here? Yeah, I'm trying to work it out. X has a tier list out now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I commented on it. Losing quality, not being 128 will knock it down. Right, except not really though. Like... It still says 16. Did you see this thing? Well, I'm jealous. That's gross. Only 3. Oh yeah, there's 4 relics. Is enhance really better than crit damage support? Is crit damage support better than nope? Really? Maybe those grand spectrums just aren't worth it. I think those grand spectrums just aren't worth it. Yeah, so the problem is they're only 10 crit multi per duel, which means 30 if crit multi per duel if you use all 3 of them. But like these nodes on their own are like 15 each. It doesn't seem like it's worth wearing the grand spectrums. Oh, I accidentally had 4 of them in instead of 3, but that's okay. That's okay. We can get rid of them. The difference between green and red for most things is so minimal though. This 90 crit multi though, pretty good. It is. It is. But like, let's just pick one of these for instance. I don't know, this guy right here, right? Let's pick this guy right here and let's just fucking get rid of this poison chance, right? Let's just leave it with like a pretty decent flat, right? And then let's see what happens when we put this in. I'm only going to have 1 in my gear. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the one right there. Let's crit multi in calcs. Yeah, I'm trying to work out, not that, I'm trying to work out where the big difference is here. I know that I'm wearing this instead, but like when I take off his weapon entirely, I've still got 57 mil, right? like if I put this back on, it's still 68 with the fancy foil on. Now, I do know he's running an 80% right here, where I only have the 180. That still puts him at 60. With the sword. I'm at 18. Oh, perfect. That one and that one, please. So our crit is very, very similar. I actually don't know where he's getting slightly more crit than I am. Ooh. Hold on. Boop. Going to hit base version. I'm trying. How are we doing? Do I not have despair and temp chains? I mean, it doesn't matter. Well, it matters a little. Where do I still have some poison? There. It's not a problem. I have the amount of curses I need. It's just to spare temp chains and assassin's mark, which you don't really need temp chains, but it comes with the gloves, so you get it for free. Okay, so let's look at. So let's just look at minion damage to start with. Let's fucking, where's my poison chance, Jewel? God damn it. Hang on. Hang on. There it is. Go away. Right. Calcs. Calcs. Do you have minion power charges in your thing? Yes. Yes. Do your minions use power charges? Oh, you're right. Because if I go back to that, I actually need the 23. Well, 22. Okay, that brings me back up. Okay, now I'm at 33. I'm proofing bland. I got that. Total increase is missing a fuckload, is it? Where is total increase? Where do I see that? There it is, total increase. Jesus, that's so much. has got the 12s and he's only got 2. I've got 3. I think if you want 12s, then you have to do the way he's done it then. If you want 12s, you have to go only 2. You just don't have a choice. It just doesn't appear to be an option. Should we not fully copy a baseline? I mean, aren't we? I mean, I'm trying to convert my path of building to that one without like directly pulling in his path of building, because that doesn't help. Literally what we're doing. So I would need one with chaos. No quartz and DPS as well. No, diamonds don't do anything. Pretty much. Like they don't work on minions. Is the important bit. So I'm just gonna have to have less jewel sockets because they're just too good. Like they're just too good. Okay. Next up, why won't you move over? I don't know why these things won't move where they're supposed to move. Why are they down here? Like, what's going on? Okay. Right, let's get rid of all of those. So we're going to keep the forbidden set. Obviously. We have to keep a rational doctrine. So that leaves us with essentially only 3 rare jewels. If we look in here, He doesn't even have 3 rare jewels. So what are you using? So there's the forbidden set. You've not got this one, which is a 3-point jewel, but we can drop that as well. So we've got the Watcher's Eye. We've got 1 rare jewel. You don't have a jewel. This is a 2-point jewel socket. That can't be. Oh, it's not level 100. Okay, surely we're taking that as the last jewel. There's also like no way you come in this way. That doesn't. Yeah, that's better. Even more damage. Okay, I mean, I could give that one up, but I really like keeping this caster mastery. Where is BalorMage getting the rest of his block? Because he's block capped and he's not using the jewel here. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh, they're everywhere. I see. That's a lot of tattoos. That's a lot of money in block tattoos. That's fine. Don't worry about it. The correct path of building? I don't know. It's definitely the one you gave me yesterday. Don't know if you've made changes since then or not. What kind of farming strat would you say it's the best at? I don't know, fucking anything. What are we looking at on clusters? Just vicious bite. But I don't know yet. We're still building. Okay. We probably do have to drop that. Which leaves me with only... I assume you could scale this back on a hit-based version on League Start too. Almost certainly not. Poison scales significantly better on lower investment. You also can't start as an occultist. But if this works out, we could probably swap over significantly earlier than this budget, right? You would still be League starting Necromancer Poison. It's way too strong off the bat. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to wait until we're in Amira Plus to change. And second, I haven't actually ran this yet, so I know like it's starting to look promising, but it's also looking much more expensive. So we'll see how it goes, right? This is we're in experimentation mode right now. Total increase 600, total increase 589. So we're on point here. We're on point here for being at about the same increase. So one big thing he's got that I don't have is he has the +1/+2 Dialas, which is just a disgusting power upgrade. So let's just change mine into that and see how we go. +2, +1. Ready? From 43 to 48. To 50. What are those, like a mirror? Yeah. They're like a mirror each. Okay, so I definitely don't want that. What I want is the Watcher's Eye to go there. Oh yeah, the Anoint. The Anoint. Alright, fuck it, let's do the Anoint. Ashes, ashes, ashes. Anoint. Corruption. Now, obviously, I'm still in the whalebone because the goal here, for me at least, is to not have to change into the wand. But I have down in control here has a foil in their path of building, right? Like there is a foil there. It's just not what they're using. They're doing the wand version, which is quite a bit of DPS, but I don't want to have to shield charge at all. So yeah, buddy. Yeah, you tell him. Lucas version real quick. He already did just a minute ago a slightly updated version. He's also running haste, which I don't love, but also I understand why. It's to get phasing, but we can get phasing another way. The haste is literally to get phasing. Listen, we out here making shit already. I don't even have any of this gear. Fucking relax. There's one version use Barrage of Volley Fire. It comes with some extra problems. So Barrage of Volley Fire comes with some extra problems. Not that you can't overcome them, but it does come with extra problems, right? Barrage of Volley Fire is sort of fine, except it has no pierce. So that's not ideal, but you have a glove implicit here you can use for pierce. Really, it should be 2 pierce. I would go out of my way to make that say 2 pierce instead of 1. Right? And then you end up with needing fork. Obviously, awakened fork is even better, but that's expensive. You at least regular fork, right? And then you have a third problem, which is that to do that, you have to give up life gain on hit, which means, but you still have to have life gain on hit, so you have to get that back somewhere, where he's opted to get it on the implicit on a hunter ring. Can this fork off tornado like a guy did? Yes, but there's no need for it. It doesn't matter, right? You don't have to. Because it's not to like do damage, it's just to make sure that you're always having enough hits. But yeah, there's a lot going on there, right? Like there's a lot going on to make wanding work, and then you have to put up with shield charge, which is something I don't want to do. But again, it is a lot of damage. It also, I wouldn't build this way. I wouldn't make this exact wand personally. Like, it's a really good wand, but I wouldn't make that exact wand personally. Where is the wand that they've actually got? Why wand? Because wands let you do this. See that? They let you have +2 levels, 100% damage, and 100% minion crit. But if I were to do that, this projectile speed would be increased attack speed, and I think it can be like 18% or something. Which brings the attacks per second up to 1.77, which is significantly better. And then I would also go oh, not heist. I would also put the disenchant on it, which brings you up to about 1.8. Right? Like that's how I'd want to run that. Personally. But then you do end up having to shield charge, which I don't fucking want to. In fact, let me go one step further. If I'm min-maxing this to the like utmost extreme point, I'm actually going to have a wand and a dagger, or a sword rather, right? I'm going to have my normal sword like this. I'm going to do all my mapping and everything in that. And then when I go and do Ubers, I'm going to put a wand on and use barrage instead. Right? Because it does bring like this path of building from 61 million to 83 million. So like I'm going to have a wand and a foil, and I'm just going to use the foil most of the time. And then when I do something incredibly hard, I'm going to get 33% more DPS by changing it into a wand. That's probably what I'd do. I just don't like shield charge. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Crossover and Frostbank for enough for me. To Mage Log for 2 leagues in a row. I mean, you can just do that, yeah. Does Seth build work with a Vitality Watchers I mod for enemy life per enemy hit? Surprisingly, yes, but only on the... Well... I mean, actually, yeah. Because even your single target skill hits a bunch if you held it down, but that's not how you want to do damage. So... Like, you want to tap it. Just out of curiosity, what exactly is it? Just, I'm sure this is nothing. What exactly is the buff that Rage does? Just gain more attack damage, not attack speed? I swear this used to be speed. Did it used to be attack speed as well? It's been very nerfed. But no longer grants attack speed or movement speed. Alright, I mean, so that's still really good if you're an attack build, but that doesn't, Rage doesn't actually help me at all. But it did used to grant attack speed and movement speed, which would be a buff that I would care about, but it doesn't anymore. Okay. Alright, I'm looking something up real quick. This is culling, yours doesn't. That would be interesting. Sure it does. I have cull. Why do I not have cull? What the fuck? Hold on. Listen, unless you're making these for me, you're pulling me away from the path of building. Stop. Where's his cull? Oh, he's put nearby allies have culling strike in. Which is actually a lie. Well, it's an undersell is what it is. Because you actually cull at 15% and culling strike is just going to give you the 5%. So like it's a lie, but in like the wrong way. Like you're actually better than that. The color's actually better than that. Yeah, the color's actually a 15%er, not a not a 10. But dropping all the ghastlies and putting hang on. Yeah, 70 million is still based is winning. So I don't have room for 3 ghastlies. I don't know how I mean, I've got extra points here. I guess I do have room. I could take that one. And then I could put 3 grand spectrums in. Because there's 2 there. Yeah, because if you come up here to get the caster mastery, which I'm just going to want, then you might as well have a 2-point jaw. Then you level 100, and then there is room for 3 grand spectrums, which do give you a lot, right? They're 30 multi each. And I mean, if you wanted to, you could always use 2. And then, not that one. And then you could put 15% life on if you wanted to. Like if you decided you wanted more life, that would also be an option. Because that would still leave special damage to grand spectrum versus oof. So it looks like there was played summons bridge recommended for solo self-found. Absolutely not. I would not recommend it for that. Gotcha. Yeah, sorry. I absolutely would not recommend it for that. Son of a bitch. Yeah, so people have ran people have ran Holy Relic in solo self-found, and you absolutely can if you're a solo self-found veteran. And if you are that person who could get away with that, you would already know that you could and you wouldn't have asked, which sounds a little bit insulting, and I don't mean it to, but if you have to ask, you cannot do Holy Relic and solo self-found. I think that's like the fairest way to describe it, is if you have to ask, you can't. Without finding a Dialis or the helm, or either helm? Just looking for something real quick. Now with 2 Pierce, I bet that's noticeable while mapping too. I bet that's a like big noticeable thing while mapping. Value unbound ailments. Unbound ailments is mandatory when you're poisoned. That more duration is basically a separate more multiplier for damage. What's wrong with the flask? I don't know, but every path of building you've ever linked shows the shitty starter life flask here, but when you mouse over it, it always says ruby flask. It is the correct flask. When you put it in path of building, it's a ruby flask. It just looks like a life flask, and it happens to every path of building you send, and I don't know why. every path of building you have sent me, every one of them has a ruby flask that looks like a life flask, but everything it ports fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It shows up the res correctly. It's got the right name, the right roles. Everything works. It just says, it just looks like a life flask off the beach for some reason. I don't know why. Welcome to path of building, I guess. The answer is yes, hit-based will outperform dot. Is also significantly more expensive. I also really love, this is my favorite part of the build, and I know it's stupid and little and not important, but also it's my favorite part of this whole build. I know that like, this is like a 1 mirror chest, I get it. But like also, so block could already block poison, and we just ignored that anyway. And we used to care about reduced, like chance to avoid poison, which we now don't care about. But now we do care about take less damage from crit. As extra ES won't matter, it's still chaos. It's not poison, but it's still full chaos damage. So I think we've just swapped one, right? Like we've just swapped chance to avoid ailments for take reduced crit, which I would imagine you just run anyway and it's still fine. I guess suppress also matters. Isn't all chaos just bypass energy shield? It just doesn't do anything, right? Why convert to chaos and Merc and wither. Wither is OP as fuck. Just trying to, I'm sure it's not just dots that bypass, right? It's all chaos damage. Yeah, it's all chaos damage. The exception to this is chaos damage, which bypasses energy shield. Which brings me to a really interesting question. The map that has Gravicious on it. The map that has Gravicious on it, right? Why do I always remove like 50 to 60% of his energy shield before he dies? I'm clearly doing more damage to life than I am to energy shield, but I am removing like 50, 60-ish% of his energy shield before he dies. Even though, and that's in my current poison setup, which is all chaos. It's got void manipulation. So how the fuck does that happen? Because, because this is supposed to not, this is supposed to ignore that. Right? Nah, well, I'd say Lancing Steel if I didn't also have that exact same thing with other chaos builds in the past, now that I think about it. Right? Like Diggs is saying with his Forbidden Right build, which is all fight, all chaos, all hit. He has the same thing, where like half of the energy shield will disappear while doing damage to the life, which means at least, what, at least like 30-ish% of your damage is like applying to the energy shield. Because you don't have to clear it first, but it is slowing you down, right? So like there are definitely, there's definitely like a bunch of bosses and whatnot who basically have this mod, I think. That would math, right? Like, if I was to guess, I would say this thing is on a lot of bosses. 30% of damage does not bypass energy shield. Like, if I had to guess, that would feel right for what... Because I hadn't thought about it until Diggs just brought it up, but I've played other Chaos hit builds that have the same thing, where it feels like I'm removing a fairly decent chunk of energy shield, even though I should be ignoring it. Yeah, it's happened tons on other builds as well. But you're right, if it's like Blight, if you're doing Blight or Soul Rend or something like that, the energy shield stays full. You don't... If you walk up to Gravicious in the campaign with Blight, his energy shield will be at 100% still when he dies. But if you walk up to Gravicious with Holy Relic of Conviction, which is full chaos poison right now, you will get rid of 30 to 40% of his energy shield before he dies, which means some of that damage is going to energy shield still. So this This has to be baked into a lot of bosses. It has to be. Yeah, the reason I'm pointing out Gravicious is because he has Life as Extra Energy Shield as like a mod. He's always got it, but you could also roll that on any map, right? I'm just saying Gravicious because it's the one that you could test very easily, but you could roll it on anything. You're right, we could encounter more problems because of Energy Shield, but I mean, if I end up at like 70 or 80 million instead of 35, that even if I have to get rid of their Energy Shield first, that still feels like it would be at worst basically the same, right? It's just something to be aware of. It now does affect me, right? But it still feels worth if I can pull that off and be at 70 or 80 million. It just means there's extra combos that will matter that are different from, because we could already have that problem of like tank mods on top of tank mods on top of tank mods, right? Like we could already have block, which would block and stop the poison, and we could already have as Energy Shield, which would matter, but all the dot would bypass it at least. And we could already have chance to avoid ailments, which would get rid of like 50% of our DPS, right? Now we get to ignore 50% ailment thing, but now the extra as Energy Shield matters way more. It just means that when I'm rolling the maps, I won't roll things like extra as Energy Shield, but if they show up as risks, it's probably fine, right? Like I'll get away with extra as Energy Shield as a risk add, probably won't care that much, but if it's rolled onto my map, I will care a lot. That'll be very noticeable. Three to a div again. This keeps happening, by the way. I'm selling all the bad tier 17s 3 to a div. All of them. Everyone, let me come over. I'll come to you. I buy them all the time and I pay 50c each. Yep. Yep. And I agree, you should not be paying 3 to a div. They're about 4 to a div. But people keep buying them at 3 to a div. I'm not gonna, this is not my job to police how people spend their money. It's my job to just keep selling things. It is my job to keep selling things that people want at prices they'll pay for them, not to police how or what they spend. Okay, so this is up around 70. We don't need a lot of ghastlies. It is max level. But now I have to deal with how am I going to deal with, okay. How am I going to do that? So now I have to deal with getting all my sockets correct. Okay, so your merc stuff, you don't matter. Merc stuff. The double best of hit was, like 1 in 250 if you want to hit a +1, +2, something like that. Knife had been made by the dawn, and I forgot to do Uber Labs. Getting here, as assuming hit base would be stronger, time investment is a conclusion reaching so far. It does seem so. Specifically crit and hit. Although we haven't crafted or played with it in game at all. But like we're building one and it seems to work. Just looking for something real quick. He's a build. I was really stuck on re-rolling prison for the first week in our 5-man group self-found. Not list of bounced between several prisons and got to 100 in like 3 days. Nice. Off into a gear pickle. Use a 20% increased offering on the minion offense mastery. How much crit chance did it add to your build? Let's find out. What am I at right now? Only 85% right now. %3 crit. And a bit of multi. Honestly, I think I need to lose that. Who fast as a millionaire to 40 failed gem double crops? You do end up with quite a bit lower max life, but it's still like a reasonable physical hit. Oh, that's without Progenesis too. We're still at nearly 40k max hit. Like, that's pretty good. I wonder if that exists. Shit, what's it called? It's just not worth giving that up. Okay. It was horrible. I've opened so many and got nothing. I've gotten about 7 good maps and this many bad maps, and it's still been a profit overall to open them. So how many is so many? Because I have a disappointment tab that's like pretty rough, but then the few wins that I have had is worth more. Right, I'll be back in just a second. You know what, dogshit Valdos still have a lot of value. Is the best place to find a merc. Because they're 17s? Right, okay. I'll be back in a second. Okay. Whew. So let's see. What do we got? So I'm gonna have to lose that. We're gonna have to change all of them. The problem is that one's really good too. That's actually fine. We can keep that even if we don't keep the vitality. That's fine. And what are we cooking here? Hit build that goes up to 70 million instead. Currently. More slumlords is always an option. More slumlords is always an option. But like double slumlords are like stupid expensive right now. In that spot, yeah, but with this repathing, I don't know how much we have access to other slots anymore. So if I'm topping out at around 72, I've got 71. Let's look for something I've not yet tried to dual wield block. I mean, it'd be impressive if it worked. Any other path of building you're looking at? This is still very experimental. This is not really something I want to share right this second. Cult is actually good for hit based? Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Didn't we go lightning? Nah, full chaos still. Where the fuck is that dex coming from? Good damn. Wait. Wait, 100%? Wait, doesn't that... Oh, it means you could get like a little bit of skill effect duration somewhere else and still have it counted to almost nothing. That's actually really cool. Why do drowning orbs exist? Because fuck you. That's why. It's, yeah, to make Trickster like the only ascendancy that can ignore it properly. It feels so weird to go back to double cluster setup when you had triple. But like, I don't see a better way. Nice. Nice, that'll do it. So let's see. Yep, that's better. Double Slumlord. I'm using another one now. What the fuck are you using here that isn't double Slumlord? Share X for the win. Yeah, it's really good. Yep. Which ring slot is the right and which is the left? The left is the top ring slot in Path of Building. Oh, nice, nice. Yep. I guess the question is, how much do you want for your double? Ooh, there's an interesting question. Hold on. Gain hit. non-uniques. Okay, so I've still got one here that I am going to keep. I'm going to have to get rid of this one. So I'm going to need a new weapon. Let's go to morning. I wonder how much these are. Oh, good. There are tons of them available. I think the hardest thing to get will probably be the gloam ring. I don't know if I need to change my gloam ring. Spending 4 days with him was not fun. Rip. Alright, well, let's pick up a few of these just for the sake of it. Not 100% sure I'm actually going to use them or not, but I think so. By the looks of it, I'm gonna. That guy. Oh, I mean, Vasili's self-found. You just don't. You need a gloam ring. It's not that important for solo self-found. You can just use a normal bone ring. It makes it significantly easier to use a normal bone ring as well. APG Dave and Chess want to say I really like this build. Want to share my solo self-found progress. Yo, that's a weapon for solo self-found. Nice. Also nice. And a fraction. That is some good solo self-found progress. That's actually some great solo self-found progress. There's better solo self-found gear than my actual gear. Right? seems actually pretty good. Run 5 currency, got nothing, and a random ivory temple and got 2 divs drop. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna grab one of them. Want that. I'm sorry, what is this dude's fucking name? Fishing rod in my butt. Okay. Good name, buddy. Come on, buddy. Respond. I'm just trying to be sneaky. But I don't have to. It's a very minor nothingness. It's a very minor nothingness. Alright, cool. We'll just get a different one. Back. Hi, back. I'm Baylor. Shouldn't respond like that when I wanted to craft some stuff for me. Baylor's abusing the Fae again. I don't know if we should call Pineapple Fairy the Fae. Not with the kind of books I read. Ah. Yeah. Right? Dark romance? A lot of it. Yes. Otherwise known as fairy smart, but yes. Dark fantasy romance and a lot of it. Remember the last comment? Oh. Well, last name is literally... It was Holy Relic progression guide. I mean, I don't know about progression guide, but we fully updated the path of building unwritten guide to have several different gear sets so that you could see like where a midpoint, like an end game for an average person is to move into min maxing. The whole guide is updated already. 'Tis done. I almost said something that could get me in trouble. I almost said something that I'm not allowed to say on stream. Caught myself, it's fine. Was it about me? Yes. Yes, it was. Funny too, but do you hear me? Right, hang on, I'll tell you. You don't repeat it because you'll know why, because it can get clipped out of context, and the wait needs to happen for it to be funny. Hold on. There's my third one.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Okay. Fantastic. I will take those. All right, done. Black Sheep, thank you for the prime. This league with your building HoloRelic is amazing as fuck. Well, I'm glad you like it, because we're trying to do a conversion into hit. Okay, so 3 of those. We're gonna have to, I think we're gonna buy, I think we're gonna have to buy, I think we're gonna buy one of, did Teflon make 2 of them? Can I buy one of his? Instead of craft, but then we still have to craft the second one anyway. So I'm gonna, okay. So we're gonna take that. We're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep that for now. We're gonna lose that. We're gonna lose that. Like buying a minimum roll, triple watch design, dividing it to perfect in one div. That's insane. That's actual insanity. We keep those. And we also drop that. And I'll also have to give up one of these. So I'm only going to have one socket there. If selling these becomes appropriate, they're quite expensive. They don't exist, actually. But let's not go about selling them yet. Let's get rid of all these. Keep them all separate over here. That's why I went adorned, because these don't exist. You have to make these yourself. So the idea is you have to fracture the withered chance and then reforge chaos until you hit poison and life, and you're probably going to use like annuls and exalts at the same time, like when appropriate, because you need to hit either flat chaos or flat fizz. It doesn't matter which one, but it's more likely that you hit chaos, but doesn't matter if it's physical or chaos, it just matters that it exists. We could get the main ones. I think those do exist. The maim is worth just as much. The maim is worth just as much. Like DPS wise, it's the same. All right. How am I going to redo my gems then? So let's just assume. Give me money. Well, are we buying that one first or not? Are we buying or are we making our own? I already did? Okay, well, I don't know how much you need. I mean, we'll have to make some other things anyway. Make the other two. There's only 2 clusters total. We're not going to 3 clusters. One with the chaos and one with the attack speed. That's it. What the fuck? Why are you not? There. I'm blind. Gotcha now. I'm not even done maxing the poison and we're swapping the setup. Yeah, so we're swapping to hit based. I don't know if it's a good idea. But we are swapping to hit based. It looks like a good idea in theory. I wonder if Give me a second. I need to see if something exists. I don't think any exist that aren't already crafted and overpriced. You suffer quite a bit versus certain map mods compared to hit. 100% fast acceleration map mods. Defense a lot of poison damage lost. Compared to 100% suppressed. Yeah, but also like the extras. Chaos is going to matter. Like there's a lot of down points as well, but just as many upsides as far as I can tell. And the upside is that we have a path of building here with 71 million DPS, which is a lot. That's a lot of DPS. It's like double dot cap. Yeah. Bleed, is that still not in a good place? No, Bleed's terrible. Also, Holy Relic is a spell build, so you don't actually get bleed from them. You cannot be done. What the fuck? It's done. I just asked for that. I just gave you money. How can it be done? I just handed you money just then. How can it be done already? That's not right. That's just not right. And yes, I recorded a Death's Oath build. It's but I only recorded it this morning. For anyone who was around yesterday, I had to disappear early and head to my sister's house for reasons. I actually got home half an hour before I started stream, and I recorded the video then for our editor, but like I literally hadn't been home since the beginning. Okay, so we're going to spec out of all that middle stuff as well, which is a little awkward, especially for my life total, but we'll just have to make it work. Hit life and slammed 35. What do you mean slammed 35? That's supposed to be like the rarer one to hit. That's hilarious. Okay, so we would take all of those, and then we would take all of these. Understand on that. What the fuck? How can you be doing that? That feels like cheating. What you're describing sounds like cheating. I'm just saying, like it doesn't. It is now put back on the market. No, because we're going to need 2 or 3 of them each. Right? There's a little bit of room for them. We're just not using as many as I thought that we were going to use. All right, gear sockets. We are, but we're just not going to need as many as I thought. That's all. Okay, so those go back in. Okay, put them back in. Why do I still have 3 passives? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, that's where the extra passives are, where I took like floating life nodes to get back above 4K. Good. I'm cool with it, I think. Well, rest of the rebirth on a death cluster like that before one hit chaos exalt. Nice. I mean, I could argue to take that again, but I don't think I need to. Let's see, that can come out. That can go up there as well. Obviously, if this shakes out, I will have these guys to resell, which will be quite a bit of money back, as well as these ones to resell, which will be quite a bit of money back. Also, I should give those 3 back to Pineapple. Because they're very nice. What on earth? Who's farming synth bases? This has it compared to the original version. Significantly more expensive. But our path of building, in theory... Yeah, here it is. Has 71 million DPS. So, better? Significantly more expensive because it wasn't up there already. Hey, listen, I thought we'd reached the maximum until we got shown this path, and now we're heading down this path. Unfortunately, it means there's just a lot of like crafting and path building and looking at websites to see what's available for purchase, and not nearly enough killing monsters, which is what I want to do all the time, is just kill monsters. But sometimes we have to do this shit instead. Why the fuck would there be a fortress in the 79C tab? I do not know how that was in there. My bad. Map. Just double check that there aren't any others in my Am I rotating dump tabs? I normally clear them. Apparently I didn't clear them well enough. Isn't that the going price for them? Probably, but I don't sell fortresses. Okay, so you're fine. We like you. You get to stay. There we go. Close that. Path of building and interested in the differences. So my path of building is highly experimental right now, but I mean, don't fucking copy it, but you can look. It is some bullshit though. This is a theory thing, but I mean, it's also 70 million, so we did get a little bit squishier, but not that much. Use the nightmare to block instead of all those tattoos. Oh yeah. I'm actually not block capped, am I? No, I am not. No, I am not. But yeah, I can fix that. Easy fix with tattoos? Yes. Lots of tattoos is the answer. A lot of tattoos. The EHP is I mean, EHP is an irrelevant number. I wish they didn't even show it, because it doesn't account for like recovery and whatnot. The max hits are what matters, right? We want the max hits. Okay, so we got that. So we need to now buy support gems, which is going to be rough. And then also, okay, I need one more thing. Hold on. Okay, well, those are all good. And we get... Is there a way to get very high EHP with no max hit? Yeah, anything heal on block related will like really quickly say like infinite or potentially millions. Anything with Aegis or Surrender or anything like that. They'll just be like, oh, infinite. And you're like, it's not though. It's not that though. Infinite 75% of the time. It's more like it's infinite if you don't get like completely blasted. What are you doing? Not sure if going from 73k to 33k. 73? How are you at 73? Also, this is, I believe, yeah, 38 with the Progenesis up. You're at 95 with the Progenesis up? What the fuck? How? Ah, perfect. Fucking perfect. I cannot believe we're giving up the Abyssal Socket weapon for this try, but we are. Thank you. Look, it loses a lot of value, so don't worry, it does. Like, you can still get really good Abyssal Jewels, but we had like a minimum requirement of Abyssal Jewels before that was like hard to reach. Now we don't, so it's like the extras should still be Abyssal Sockets, but like it's just not that important. Didn't I already have an offering? Nope. Nope. Boom. You can go in. And then we need a third thing that doesn't trigger. It has to go in the weapon. I mean, just any aura, right? Any aura doesn't trigger? Because I need to move a socket away. But I think anything works. Like I can just move that, right? And they won't trigger. I'm pretty sure. Okay, cool. They don't trigger. Fantastic. Don't need that one either. Warning. Which means that can move. You're not triggering. Want to hear a funny story? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, so that's fine. But now I need mark on hit. So that's going to have to move over there so that I can use mark on hit. Okay. Because there's a 0% chance that we, like a proper 0% chance that we want to do our mark manually. That would suck. We don't want that at all. If it didn't do any damage, like 0. Oh no. I feel like SRS is doing less DPS this season. Bad mark? I don't know. What was I after? I was about to buy something. Mark. Ancestral bond instead of Zealotroth. I didn't see it. That'll do it. Oh my god. Okay. Somebody immediately bought these several cheap ones because I'm trying to buy things on stream. It's very tempting whenever I've got big changes like this that involve a lot of things. It's very tempting to do the entire thing off stream. Just like take a day off and re-gear everything, because otherwise everything gets bought out as soon as I'm looking at it. You're like, ah, fuck, it's gone. Stream attacks? Sort of. I mean, normally if I need to do stuff like this, I'll do it like in the morning before I start. Or I'll try to. But there was no in the morning. I was still coming back from my sister's place. Okay, the question is, how much does that cost? 48? Okay, fantastic. I can still afford that. That is fantastic news. Right, so Frost Blink has to head over there. Oh, you don't need? Nah, I'm missing an aura. I forget which one. I'm missing something. Oh no, I put it on. Whatever it was, I put it on. I have 73 mana. It's not a lot, but it'll do the trick. It is just enough for everything. Just enough. And a 60k. God damn. Ah, so you get to include the fortify as well. Oh, and physical damage reduction. Yep, that's nice. Unwavering stance. Sure, that's something. Fucking Jesus. A single voices. What is a piece of mist chaos? I actually don't even know what that is. Oh, I love that. I love the thread. That's nice. Go. Now, we're going to drop that one. Alright, trying to find good jewels. That's exactly what I wanted to thread. Quad minion and endurance. That's really nice. That's a great plan. That's actually not even one of the ones I normally advertise either, right? Like I normally am like, you could put it here and get these two. You can put it here and get a bunch there, or you can put it here and get these and that. Like those are the normal three. You went a whole different way. You're like, well, if I put it here and I don't worry about these ones, because they're the ones everyone wants, and I get a massive thread and cover a bunch of other ones, then what else can I get? And like that works. Okay, so the next thing is this for a corruption, which will be, oh, that's free. Crimson Black. Okay, so next. Seemingly the amulet and boots 14% aura effect. Example, yes, same merc. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 there. So one of them is going to be that. Okay. What are these things? Too bad we have to use an elegant hubris. What are these? Eh. I mean, you say too bad we have to use an elegant hubris, but we actually don't. we actually, you don't actually have to, right? Like you can not use an elegant hubris. You just have to take all your tattoos off and fix stats, which aren't insane. Like, they're doable. Like, what do you need? You need 160 int, 71 dex, and 110 more strength. But I've got everything tattooed right now. Like, it's doable. You can fix it without that. It's just a lot is all. So whirling blades can go back in there. And then this needs to go in here. So I now need 1 blue, 1 green, 1 red. That's got a pretty low requirement. I bet you can just chrome that. There you go. It was a good time to switch to Dark Monarch when you feel like you're already tanky enough that it doesn't matter. That's when. Because you will get squishier by doing so, but you will gain damage. So, up to you. Dropped it lastly, got stats back on the clusters. Yep, you can do that. Okay, that keeps me block capped. Good. Okay. All my shit's back in. I'm not even 100% sure that we're going to use any abyssal jewels other than the ones that like maybe a socket my gear. And that's like about it. That would be a weird turn of events, wouldn't it? That's what I said. Imagine not having to fracture any more jewels. That'd be great, actually. That'd be fantastic. Okay, I want one of them though. A mage blood is a must. I don't think so, but I think you at least have either the flask or the shield, if not both. The mage blood itself is less important. Only get a shield is entirely fine with just that. Yep, I would not be surprised if just the shield was enough, for sure. The mage blood, definitely not needed. Where the fuck, Knuckle, am I getting so much dex from, though? Like, did my new pathing lead me through another dex node? What is going on? It fucking didn't. Actually, strength, I think you lost strength. Maybe I lost strength. Maybe that's what happened. Lost 11 strength. 9? Maybe I lost 9 strength. How do you lose 9 strength? Like, where from? Like, where? This defense reduced attribute? No? It's over here. I've still got that. Strength is 9. Oh. Yes. So 10 strength is 9. I'm actually fine. I've just got to take off 1 tattoo. Right? Right? Yeah. Actually, that's all. Where was the strength node that I had before that I hadn't tattooed? That one gave me strength and int. I had it, but that was both. The dex doesn't matter. Those were nothing. I never had that. Everything is tattooed. Where's the strength node I had that I don't have now? Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You were unbalanced when you stopped playing it? Maybe. Maybe I was unbalanced beforehand. That wouldn't shock me, right? 1 second. Good items for Death's Oath back. So this one, obviously you can use a Jinx Judo instead of this, and you should. But Leocast Garb is still great. Obviously you want the Malevolence corruption on both of these. Everything else is the same except you make 2 weapons that have Malevolence Aura effect. They're like 100 ults to roll. Like they're very, you can just roll them on Hunter Daggers and you can get like fucking 80% Malevolence effect from just the daggers. And then the same setup I had before for more aura effect and more aura effect. And if you were like min-maxing it properly, you would get the Malevolence Aura effect corruptions here. Also, like, you could use something completely different. You don't actually need Asenath's. You don't actually need his curses at all. You're doing the curses. So you don't need Asenath's and you don't actually need Doedre's. Because you don't care about curses from her. So I don't know what you would put on as gloves in that instance, or the ring. Probably just more resistance or something. Could use black gloves with another anoint. You could, actually. Yeah. You could use black gloves with another anoint. You know what anoint I would do if I was going to do that with black gloves? My third anoint would be this guy, so that you're just never out of range of the auras. 80% increased effect of aura is insane. So that would be my go-to for that. Okay, so right, do anoints affect on the Merc affect me? No, they affect them. They have a passive tree that you can anoint points on. So when I put the anoint on this for aura effect, the Merc's auras get stronger, right? Same with this one. I put 10% increased effect of non-curse auras to again make the Merc stronger. And then if I was to use those black gloves to put a third anoint, it would be to give the Merc 80% area of effect on its auras, right? Okay, just looking for something real quick. Is the cheapest one really the best one for me? I mean, it looks like it. How much better is this setup than an envy merc? This is for Death's Oath, not for Poison SRS. Not for, sorry, not for Poison Holy Relic. In fact, that just was my Death's Oath merc. That's all. But in fact, we will take all of those and put them back over here. Because this is the merc. Does it use it? No. Nope. Your merc will not use the like skills on gear. But if you like had a merc that had aspect of the spider, you can use the uniques that give aspect of the spider like things, right? Okay, well. Doesn't look like there's anything of real use to me that I would care about even a little bit. Feel with distance damage stack. I hear if it was mana stacking, not say it was just idea, just curious. I don't think so. Doesn't that add flat? Flat does nothing for Death Oath. The mana stacking increased area of effect per mana. So you only get area per mana for that. Increases and reductions to maximum mana also apply to damage. Yes, that's generic damage. It would be a bad idea. You're right to abandon it and not do it, but yes, that would work. Death Oath without a cultist pops is a crime. It fucking should be. It should be a crime. I mean, if you were playing something else and you were using like double explodey ones and double explodey like clusters, maybe? Like, and the explodey flask as well. Yep. Okay, so small problem. BalorMage. I am. I'm just gonna have to put that in there for now. We're gonna be giving that up for just a second. Those will go with the poison setup. Okay, I will put that back in again after. He is real. It is. Why, hello. Minions have, I mean, sure. Just cultists with the mage blood still having a blast. One critical question: the relic can die sometimes. Is that normal, or can we jack up the defenses? It is somewhat normal, and I had to end up anointing Decay Ward when I first changed to get my minions to stop dying. So they were a pain in the ass. Is it possible to go to the occultist version without a mage blood? Yes, the mage blood is irrelevant to that change. We've got a hinder there, that'll help as well. Okay, well, I mean, I think I have nothing left to do except test it. Unfortunately, I just don't have room for Unearth anymore. Like I just do not have room for Unearth. There's just nowhere for it to go. Not without giving up one of my ghastlies, which that could do, but clickers back down to, yeah. I mean, that was never going to stay expensive. I don't even know if I'm going to get around to making that build or not. It just spiked because I was looking at it for no reason. I was just looking at it and I was like, I'll buy one just in case. And then the price spiked through the fucking roof. I was wondering whether it was found. Nah, I bought one just in case I want to do something with it later. Sort of changes we make if I don't have a mage blood. So I covered it all in a YouTube video. I think it's the most recent Holy Relic YouTube video. Everything about the occultist change. Okay, well. We're down to 4.2k. I have the spirit offering. I have both of those. We have to respec this node now. Don't want that anymore. Now, I could take the final cluster jewel. Probably do that. Probably do that. Puts me at 42. It's not that big of a drop in tankiness. But I feel less tanky. How can I get more tanky? So the tankiness probably comes from Dark Monarch. Like the loss of tankiness comes from Dark Monarch. Is your minions got squishier, but changing to an occultist shouldn't make you squishier. Unless you lost block cap. Unless you lost block cap and you didn't go out of your way to fix it. Like if you forgot about the Red Nightmare and keeping your block caps. Because that'll fuck you up pretty good. Okay. Click, click, click. How does the Nightmare Jewel work? So it grants passives granting fire resistance or all elemental resistance will also grant block. So there's some all res here, so now they block nodes as well. And then you just tattoo the fire res into the range. So you get 4 of those fire res tattoos. They become 3% chance to block each. And then this one's 1% chance to block, and this one's 4 because of the res. And that's it. Corpse Worker boots on the Merc work for spawning corpses. It'll work, whether it's reliable enough, I do not know. Okay. Oh, I'm running out of risks. That's an issue. Let's just say I want fucking... Jesus Christ. As long as I have enough, it doesn't matter. This area holds as they travel. Sure. Let's use one of them for now. Okay, if I've set this up right, I'm actually ready to go. I think. Oh, I'm absolutely not. Hold on. God damn. I will have to check out what my crit chance is by importing my build over the top of my plan, but we will run a map first and see how it works. Pineapple, are you there? you need more money to pick that up, or do we still have money left? Can we ever into fall over and die? I mean, we're in experimental territory. I could fall over and die, but I think we'll be okay. I don't think I dropped very much defenses. Dropped a little. Yeah, a little bit of life, but not like a lot. Genesis is not likely to fall over. I mean, my max fizz hit went from like 45k to 38. It's just like a little bit squishier, but that's okay. Thank you. The bad news is in this setup, I need the 2123 back. The 2120 isn't good enough anymore. So we're back to that. I'm gonna suck up without going the mage blood route. I mean, the same thing though. You have to do that there. Okay. Okay, let's find out if this is trash. Have I made mistakes? Does it feel good? Who knows? Ekam uses with the resolute technique sword plus the passive node. So because that isn't resolute technique, that is hits can't be evaded. I have taken off resolute technique. Real important that actually, because my crit chance exists. It's low, 6.5. It doesn't matter as long as it exists. And it needs to exist because of this. 25% chance to create profane ground on critical strike. Profane ground is 100% increased critical strike chance. Which I want for the minions, but it affects the mob, not the... Well, that is noticeably more instant. God damn. Okay. So no more damage over time to deal with. No more poison chance to deal with. I don't know. This is still pretty fucking expensive. This is out of the price range of the majority of people, that's for sure. Although, like, is it? So it is still out of the price range of the majority of people, but I feel like if you're already in the, like, Mageblood, Svalin, Progenesis range, this is still pretty reasonable. Like, we're actually okay. God damn, everything just fucking falls over so much quicker. Look at the chunks coming off it. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Leaving the div to troll us, so you picked it up. I tried to. It flipped. I'm gonna come back in and get it in a second. It's over there. Too rich leaves div on the ground. No, I'm gonna pick it up. I'm definitely still gonna pick it up. My inventory was full. Wow, okay, that guy just disappeared. What exile? What mercenary? I've never heard of a mercenary in my life, actually. What mercenary? Difficult what real damages? Right, so it's not like I gained like 70% more damage. And I'm like, well, that should feel like close to twice as good, but it isn't really. It's better than that because it's not really twice more damage if you kill something within the 4-second wind-up time as well. Like for the first 4 seconds it takes to like wind up your poison damage. Well, I start at the maximum. So I might be doing nearly double, but not quite as much on like a single target that lasts a while. But I no longer have wind up either. Stream is like 1 frame a sec. That okay, I'm dropping 0 frames. How's YouTube? YouTube people, is your stream okay? YouTube is getting laggy also? That's interesting. Oh, and because there's no poison, I can stop. I can stop myself from killing the spire because I'm not killing it over time. I can let the things spawn. Oh no. Oh, this feels so much better. Wait, is this now an avenue that I can spend like multiple mirrors investing in and make it into really, really good? Like, does abandoning poison mean I can just like, instead of like, cause like basically with the poison, you basically just stop at about 1 mirror investment, because going further than that, like it feels good up to a mirror, but then you spend the next mirror and you really only get like 10% more DPS. And you spend the next mirror and you really only get like 8% more DPS. And you're just like, doesn't really feel like investing further is super rewarding. Right? Which is still, to be fair, a mirror investment in a build is still fucking gross. But like, what the fuck is a peripetia? I'm going to assume it's trash because I don't know what it is. And if I don't know what it is, it can't be one of the expensive things. Dude, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm assuming it's not possible to fit in a block chance jewel without getting abyssal sockets somewhere, right? For the swap to occultist. Okay, that shouldn't matter. When you, without a mage blood, the mage blood is what means you need socketed gear when you poison, right? The mage blood is what makes you have socketed gear. Like a 100% belt with 2 15% poison chance jewels is already 60%. So you only need 3 jewels in your tree when you're using the normal belt. Is there, Jesus, this is my first map in the new setup. There is no path of building. We are still heavily in experiment phase right now. Is good for Holy Relic? Yes. When you're poisoned? I use that sorbet for passing. It gives some weird early damage to you, not summons. Oh, I can answer that because it's the coolest looking sword. It actually doesn't fucking matter. It is just one of the ones that has a 1.6 base attack speed. Any of the ones that have a 1.6 base attack speed is fine. But this one looks cooler than all the rest of them. The rest of the ones are thrusting swords and they look like shit. It's literally just that. They just look cooler. That's the only reason. That's it. Which, like, that's fine, right? We test the 128 with this setup. Yes, but I just don't know what I would drop. I mean, I feel like you'd have to drop Crypt Multi, which might still be worth. Yeah, see, that's better. There's another 30% increased minion damage on that. Into what? Chaos crit? Yes. That is exactly what I swapped into. Just chaos crit right now. You wouldn't be able to give up crit strike support. It would have to be crit damage. You'd be giving up 167 multi. Where are you? Okay. So surely it wouldn't be void. That's 40% more. But that's 46% more though. Okay, let's have a look real quick. So 71. See, you lose a pretty decent amount of damage. Going enhance. I just don't think the 128 is worth it when you crit. Is better off at 82. Just an extra 150 crit is too much. Funnily enough, my crit multi's 580. Which is somewhat impressive. No, 128 on poison, definitely worth. Super worth. Very easily usable. I don't need it here. It was also buffering a lot for you guys. Something's going wrong. Because YouTube is saying not receiving enough data to do some weird stuff. But Twitch is saying no frame drop. Something's going on. Drop void, it's just not worth. I just checked. Just nothing is even close. Everything is like a 10 mil down. I think you just go back to the 82 breakpoint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can I do that as well? Fuck, maybe. Interestingly enough, I do not see any power charges on my dudes. But they should be getting power charges. I'm just killing everything too quick for them to even have a chance. I mean, I guess that's fine. If something lives long enough to matter, they will get endurance charges. Sorry, power charges. Can they get power charges? Yes. From Assassin's Mark, I think. I mean, I don't see any still. Minions can get power charges though. Did I not display them? I feel like my specters used to way back in the day. It was like the only fight I actually see them in. I'm confident that they have the ability to get charges. Oh, why do I only have 3? Like, I'm confident they have the ability to get them. I just think I have to actually put the Assassin's Mark on something and then It needs to like live long enough for them to actually gain them. And that isn't happening. Because everything's dying too quick. Which, to be honest, if everything's dying too quick, then I don't give a fuck if they don't have their power charges, right? Like, oh no, everything's dead. How horrible. Okay. But why are you going crit lightning with Doriani's? Couldn't make it do as much damage. Just that simple. Couldn't make it do as much damage. So Wither, including the corruption debuff, which we have, or the anoint that we have, Wither plus that gives us, I think it's 110% increased damage taken of chaos. The anoint apparently does nothing. According to who? Nope, the path of building changed. It gave me several million extra DPS. And me, it did for me. And it's not affecting the damage. Ooh. Would you mark setup? Exclamation mark mark. Oh, hi. Cool. Dust. The villain couldn't detect the wither source. Ah, mine was. But that would explain it. Oh. What do we need to pick up in order to switch to, prepare to switch to the future? The 2123 gem, because we have to go back to using the 82 breakpoint instead of the 128. So there's not a lot of those. That is to go into the dust, please. Yep, cool. 3 raw div on the ground. Fantastic. Yeah, if you're looking at this and you're already thinking, fuck, I might want to change to that later, the big item that is going to disappear is going to be the 21, 23 gems. So we need that 23% quality back. We did not need it in the 128 setup, but we do need it in the 82. So that's for sure going to be the one, I would think. 21, 22. Yeah, I mean 22 will be enough so long as you've got a 30% ashes. I am technically at 83 instead of 82. So 22% quality is enough. Video on how to hit 128. Level 4 enhanced +1 all Dialas in a red socket. That's it. Boom. 2.3 million dust. Thanks, buddy. Oh, Jesus. I was supposed to do this at the beginning. Huge. I could have been running... They could have all been running new maps this whole stream. Oh, and a div. Thank you. Oh, hello. Where would I put my sockets to replace? Where would I have a socket to replace one of my jewels? Doing this. Okay, hold on. Right there. You don't have that one. You don't have that one for 3 points. Is the answer. Well, you drop these two, they're floating nodes, and that one. It's also a floating node. You don't need any of them. That being said, you've got enough, you should have more than enough jewels. I'm confused as to what's happening here. You already have more than enough jewels. So if you have a 100% belt with two 15s in it, that's 60% chance to poison. So start with that. Right? That's 60%. Then you only need 3 in your tree. Like you only need 5 total, 6 including the Aminamahu's gaze. And you've got 8. Including the Aminamahu's gaze. You only need 6. You're using 2 modules than you need. I think even with a 94 that you can get it down to 5, but you should have your 2 best jewels in a 100% belt. Yes, I have 94. Only use 5 to cap. Yep, cool. I thought so. That being said, if you do have these -2 wither jewels, at least 2 of them, you should have a 100% belt for rounding. Same if you've got the main versions. Discernment, nice. Alright, gain DPS and go hit based. Yeah. I believe I'm probably not quite at it yet, but the path of building I've got here has 71 million. I'm probably a little shy of that currently. My map runners keep dying. Are they all level 5? My dudes die sometimes, but I wouldn't say often. Just started learning settlers. So the more juiced your map is, the more likely they are to die. The higher level it is, the more likely they are to die. And the higher level they are as a whole, the less likely they are to die. What you want is to get them down to their minimum cap, which is 1%. They have a 1% chance to die when they're running good maps. So, even when they're all tier 5, even when I put like 8 mod corrupted maps in, you'll see when I mouse over them that it says 1% chance for Atlas runners to be permanently killed. Which is like, that's as low as it goes. It doesn't matter. Even if I put like a fucking scoured tier 1 map in, they're just capped at 1%. Right? You explain when to use steel skin and when to use Immortal Call. You should use Immortal Call when you know you can get your endurance charges back very, very quickly. And you should use steel skin when you're not sure if you can. You could argue that I should maybe be using Immortal Call instead on this build. I get kidnapped considering some of the maps they clear. Right? Like, how are they getting kidnapped by that shitty little boss? Like, how? How are they actually getting kidnapped by that shit boss? They're blasting 8 mod corrupted maps all day. The map bosses in these maps are harder than the dude who's getting them. Like... The rare mobs are harder, right? What is my crit chance? 88% crit right now. They're pretending to be kidnapped to get some rest from working 24/7. You know what? Fair. Hoover reminding me to check mappers. Nice. My mappers get to sleep 6 hours after I go to bed. Right? Right? Okay, so we're doing pretty good there. Floss, we don't want that. Don't need that. Running hit base are real good? Yes. Very. I like it quite a bit so far. Anoint. What other anoints would you recommend? Oh, I haven't done my anoint yet. This one keeps them alive quite well. Like, this will help your minions stay alive more if they die often. If you want the most amount of damage, it'll be corruption as an anoint. And I think that's really it. That feels like it. Right. I'll be back in just 1 second. I kind of want to put together a tree for the fucking blight heart thing and try it again though, because it feels like now that I'm poisoned, I might be able to do it now that I'm not poisoned. Right. Back in 1 sec. Okay. I don't know how this coffee is going to be. I hope it's good. We did something different. Add a milk? No. No, I've had black coffee tons of times. It's fine. I prefer to have a splash of milk, but it's fine. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I like it. There's a guy down the road, around the corner a bit, who's been farming bees for a little while, keeping bees for a little while, and he's got too much honey, and so we bought some honey. And so I thought I'd try coffee with honey instead of sugar, just like a little bit of honey. I probably used a little too much, but I think it's really good. Between a little, and I mean little bit of salt. Salt actually mellows it out. I'm sorry, are you saying you put a little bit of salt in your coffee? Is that what I just read? Yep, like the tiniest bit. I don't know how I feel about that. Go add some now. No, thank you. No, I'm okay. God damn, get fucking wrecked, bud. Get absolutely fucking destroyed. Nah, I'm so happy, you have no idea. I thought I'd reached the end of like Holy Relic. I was sad about it. I was like, it's just not worth investing another mirror in to get like, to go from 50 million to 55 million. It's just not worth the mirror. But now instead we can do this. It's fucking great. In damage leech might be a good option. It already was. We already had a leech node, and I've still got leech now. It's just a much better option. Whoops. Whoops. The version is better overall. Is more expensive. Build squishy performed. Nah, there's a minus max map. I shouldn't even be running minus max maps, but I noticed it when I put it in. I was like, will I re-roll it? Nah, I'm already level 100. It's not the biggest deal if I die once or twice. How expensive the poison jewels were like? Yeah, I don't know if it really is more expensive. Like, it's certainly more expensive off the go, like off the jump. Like you're not gonna league start the hit crit variant. It needs stuff. But I don't know if it's really more expensive. Same as you're not gonna league start a cultist either. Like it's just not gonna happen. We're not league starting a cultist. But oh my god. I know why I don't have power charges most of the time. Not you getting frame stutters on it. But I don't think I'm getting any frame stutters. The stream
Get your magic
might
find
be.
characters ready.
Beep boop.
Considering universal gloves and boots. Just be aware that you don't need to have oh my god, the Kingmaker's crit multi matters now. I'm not getting frame drops or anything, but that doesn't mean the stream isn't. Coffee, thank you for the T1 sub. Fucking 93 months. Let's go. Oh, what if I have to redo the whole thing to put my anime guardian back in again? Jesus Christ. I don't think 50 crit multi is worth giving up a... We'll have to look into it. That's a problem for later. He occasionally chugs, not just the stream, it's the game itself. I'm waiting to see like a problem with the frame generation up here. YouTube going over the switch to Holy Relic minimum requirements and such. I already did. It's the last Holy Relic video, I think, that's on my YouTube. It says we occultist now. Yeah, it could be something to do with the stream, but I'm not seeing anything in game for me. That's not right. I should have at least another abyss in here. There we go. Wait, nope. That's the infinite one. There should be at least one more abyss in here. Oh, there it is. I saw it just as I gave up and was leaving. There it is. I was like, this is not enough loot. Like, I should have like more loot than this. Found it. Still not as much as I would have thought. All right, that moment right there. Let's see it. The frame generation up here. Oh, that didn't. I didn't. YouTube. Yeah. Up here. That didn't happen to me. Although I do see that weird thing in the graph. Switch to Holy Relic minimum requirements is here, but I didn't. That didn't happen on my screen. Up here. Oh, that's interesting. Up here. What changes have we made today? So fucking many. We're crit now. We're no longer poison. What's the DPS now? Well, at least according to this path of building, 71 million. I did get squishier though, but I'm thinking about it. I have some thoughts. I'm gonna need another whole day to cook with this before I put out another video. Video explaining how to set it up. Exclamation mark numlock. I'm doing that with any automation setup. About farming poison or direct hit. There's Holy Relic itself. So blight farming the actual blighted maps, yes. Blight farting to drop the blighted maps or whatever, yes. Also the blight heart blight strat on the poison variant is a no-go. Not because we don't have the power to do it, but because the client doesn't have the power to do it. We wreck everything. The poison calculations is fucked. Though I do think that I will be able to do it on this hit version. I just don't have a tree for it or anything. I mean, I suspect I'll be able to. I haven't actually tested it yet. Operations here. Oh, hang on. Did they improve a lot on Poison SOS? Ooh. Oh, okay. So it depends on what you want. Do you want this +1? It's really not that impactful, but it does give you an extra level to your offering. You're in the perfect spot to be able to do it, so you can do everything to this. All right, so multi-mod cannot roll attack. Both of those are suffixes, so that will fill all of your suffixes. Then you only have prefixes available. With cannot roll attack, the only prefix you can exalt slam is +1 socketed gems. Then you have to clear the crafts to go back again for multi-mod trigger, hits can't be evaded. And then you end up with exactly this. Costs you a few div, but there's no fail state from here. Multi-mod, cannot roll attack, exalt slam once, clear craft, multi-mod trigger, hits can't be evaded. Memory lines. I want to find memory lines. I want to finish Expedition Active Memory Alters challenge. I'm looking for it. I don't fucking see it anywhere. Oh, are we, is that the challenge for these guys right here? These ones, right? Is that the actual memory thread one? Right, so the memory thread one, you can increase the chance of spawning here if you want them. Right? But you're looking for this shit, which will spawn from, like, it'll launch maps from that new guy who I keep wanting to call Aragon, but that's not his name. You think you was going from Ghostbusters? I mean, that'll work. And unlocker's not on. Oh, that's why they're not opening. Thank you. was like, why is nothing opening? Like, I know I have to click sometimes, but like usually a decent chunk of them open. The ones that roll cannot regen use the caster mastery less efficiently, because whenever I stop, like, it's fine, I'm fine for damage still, but like whenever you stop, you'll activate the thing and then you'll be out of mana. Feel like I still need to do something about the mana cost here. Need less mana cost. I'll straight up wait for those 25%. I was just running an unearth in my link as just a single link level 1. And I would just like hold it down to get the extras. But I ran out of sockets. Can influence items be corrupted? Sure. Yep. Okay, I have a big problem with getting my mana back, and it's that every time I auto attack anything even one single time, my minions now instantly kill everything in the area because of the occultist pops, which I know that doesn't sound like a bad thing, but everything dying instantly means there's nothing for me to fucking hit to get mana back, which is a new problem I wasn't expecting. But it is a problem. I do think it's a funny problem to have. Like, oh, your mana was fine, but now you one-shot everything in existence. And so everything's dead. And now you don't have enough things left alive to throw Lancing Steel at. Do you need Lancing Steel? I mean, I still need it to hit things. Like, I'm clearing slower because when I attack once, everything in the entire pack is dead, and then I don't have mana to attack again. And so I'm actually clearing slower because everything is dying instantly. Exclamation mark Atlas. It's on the list there. That's the rings to get +8. I could. Ah, mana. Thank you. See, if something lives long enough, I have like infinite mana. but but things need to live. Okay. All right. I mean, I can figure that out though. I'm not sure that the return support is worth it in this setup. It is. Dropping return is not the play. That fucking might be though. Moving at you flying for me so many per second. So real importantly, it gets you spread of your attacks, right? Like you attack out and it all comes back. All those returns count as different procs. You're essentially halving your proc rate if you get rid of return. So it's less life gain on hit, but I actually already have a Watcher's Eye right here. I am using it, right? Yeah, here it is. Gain 30 life per enemy hit while affected by vitality. I mean, like, technically. No, it affects the procs of Holy Relic as well. It's not just to double the proc for like your own life gain on hit or mana return. It is also, the returns also proc. Isn't Withering Touch useless? No. The wither from minions is nowhere near reliable enough. In fact, in a perfect situation, if you can stand perfectly still, never run out of mana, everything, and you're attacking only one single target, your 4 minions will only maintain about 7.5 wither charges or wither stacks. At 82, yeah, at 128, you end up with like 8.5, 9 wither stacks in perfect scenarios, which neither of which is anywhere near 15. Oh, but can't you just stick life tap in? I could, yes. But I mean, inspiration's going to make it 0 anyway. So what? That's where I can clear just 16, but I struggle with 16.5 and I have 30 div saved up. Hold on to it for a little bit. Give me a day. We're playing around with a hit version that isn't poison. And it doesn't seem necessarily more expensive. I mean, it doesn't have a super low budget option, but I got a new badge. Nice. Oh, that's better. Oh, of course. Oops. Ah, shit. I accidentally started 2. I didn't mean to start 2. Alright, well. They split way too much, so one of them's just gonna go. What's the hardest content to farm that I should be able to do at the moment? This. Not only should you be able to do this, but you should do this because it's disgusting money. Abyssal Hordes. What map are you doing on this? I mean, this is Canyon. I'm still Alkin going. Well, stop that. Do this. Speaking of Sears, here's a disappointment. Yep. Gross. You're worthless and nobody loves you. And they shouldn't. This thing can be Horizon and the Abyss Zones on the structure at the end. Up and down levels. Interesting. If they go longer like that, do they actually spawn more hordes? Interesting. I would have to move my fucking cards again. I will roll a few maps. We'll see. Has already drops the fortunate. No? I don't really do or pay attention to challenges until like the last week or two of a league. So I don't even know how to do those things. Which mod should I avoid on these map? I mean, I try and avoid reduced block and max res. And that's about it. Oh yeah, and volatile cores. Fuck volatile cores. Everybody should avoid volatile cores. Just because they're trash. Oh, those need to be reworked or removed. Yeah, they're just removed actually. Boom, contaminate. Nice. Those faces has not been next. 2 or 3? I can take 1. Well, I used to be able to take 1. I don't know if I can anymore. We'll go over this farm somewhere. It is Fubgun's farm. I do have a link to it in my Google Doc, !Atlas. It's literally Fubgun's. I copied it and it's been my favorite farm so far. It's just consistent money all the time. Yeah, the fact that it self-sustains is a massive selling point. I not prefer to do it on a tier 17. I mean, I can. You don't get to pick your own div cards for a tier 17 though. You do get quite a few div cards when you do this. Was it vape paper? Disappointment. Generational disappointment. That's the name of the flavor. I mean, this one says California sunset. I don't know how anything can taste like a California sunset, or why a sunset in California would taste different from any other sunset. But that's what it says. Oh, so close. Yes, how much is 100? More? 9 div instead of 1? I'm assuming you bulk buy your maps. I don't buy maps. I self-sustain everything. Hmm. How do they drop corrupted then? They don't? Wait, what? I rolled these maps. Regular, they're 16.5s. Always 16.5s. Okay, all those are already ready. But we're going to try that other map. Not that one. That one. To refix tank could drop some of the ward. I've got several ideas, actually. New gloves is certainly one of them. Okay. So let's do... Let's put these back on. Because I actually do need that. That's actually important. I didn't have that, and I just noticed. I had just noticed, and I was like, oh, right, hang on. Need to fix that. Okay, let's see how these go. Is the end result bulk selling your Scarab tab? I mean, sure. You can also just sell them all yourself to Faustus, which I've done a bunch. You also get like a ton of puzzle boxes and just raw divines and everything as well. Lol. Get fucking wrecked, bud. Ooh. Alright, fuck that. He's div. Oops. I didn't actually mean to go into the depths. Let me out. Video crafting the crab ward gloves. Nope. I don't really do crafting. But you can add crab to any piece of gear that has an open suffix. So you don't need to really worry about like, oh, how do I get crab onto something? You just it can go anywhere with an open suffix. Mine's on a ring. You can have it on the boots. You can have it on the fucking everything. You can have it anywhere, as long as you got an open suffix. And if you want an abyssal socket, generally you're just fracturing. So you just put an abyssal socket on with a hollowed fossil, annul it so that it has only 4 mods, and then you do a fracture attempt. A 1 in 4 chance of success. Jesus. Yo, why have we been in the wrong map this whole time? It gets stuck. It gets confused. Why have we been on Canyon? It's just dropping hordes everywhere. What the fuck? And there's the horizons, right? But these are also natural 16s. These can also be horizoned. Does the map ever like for this strat? Yeah, I believe that's why I got told about it today. But now this is my first map for it, and I'm like, why have we not been doing this? Like, let them get lost in the layers. It's fucking great. Are you showing toxic sewers, by the way? Is it not? You should be. Don't remember now. Did it cast in a poison setup tree? Yeah, the place I took it. It's the only one. It's not great. That one right there. There's a waste of 4 points, but it gets you the caster mastery. Whoop. Sugar Pewee is allowed. Have I never known this? We haven't really needed it very often, but yeah, it's allowed and it works. There haven't been very many times that we've needed it, especially, damn it, especially in the past, because you used to, when you really wanted that, you used to just be able to numlock trick it. Not numlock trick it, you used to be able to just put whatever you wanted on left click and just have it work. Until they stopped that from working purely because the console players couldn't do it. One of the one next to it with cast speed instead, because it's an extra passive point. And we don't need cast speed, so that also does nothing. You would just spend one more passive point to do that. This is technically probably the best wheel because it comes with block. Like you can get some actual block chance for spells, but like there's no way to repath to come in this way without costing you. No, it doesn't if you come from below. Right, except this is a dual socket. So like if you're not taking the dual socket, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you take this one, you get a 2-point dual socket. And then like this also offers nothing, right? Like both of those offer nothing. We don't care. We don't care what they do. Numlock trick seems like it'd get you in trouble. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's well established that it's fine. Also 3 points for RMR if you need it. Yeah, but we don't. Hmm. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Those rings, etc. They want it done. You can change them, but anytime you change it, you have to. It's as if you're qualitying it up from 0 again, but that's fine. God damn, 150 div. Who's using that? I thought that'd be something nobody was using. Okay. Well, hello. Look for your hands here, see from a Merc. 1.1 div. Nice. Okay, so how many would I get if I was going to do that? When playing a Holy Relic build, drop to mirror. What do? Dance, laugh, be excited. Then do whatever you want with it. Oh, imagine. Damn it, now I'm thinking about so many different things. There's so many different options now. There's actually so many different options now. Suppress? Suppress is not one of the options, no. So you can probably find even more. I actually don't want even more. I want to reach 100 and then get some of my tank back. That's what I actually want. CI is not one of those options, no. In the chest would mean costly light of meaning. It's not even that. Even that, the helm is only like halfway to being a decent helm as well. You could get away with boots and gloves, but neither of those is the big point. You'd want to stop using Sparlin because you would need the energy shield back. It just ends up not worth it. Estimated swap to EB is an option. I can't find a way to path to EB without losing all my tankiness. If I could, I'd be very interested in it. EB would be very cool. Right, I'll be back in just a second. Ooh, there goes a void person. Goodbye, void person. Okay, wow. We have to test this fucking blight thing. The thing I have not been able to do like 4 times. Because I really want to do it. Let me check this thing.
That Trump appears to have
Shh, quiet you. I don't need that.
that being
There, pause. Quiet you. Planner. There it is. You have to try it off screen. I found it helps a lot. Yeah, well, with the poison version, I just wasn't able to. I just literally just wasn't able to do it. It just didn't fucking work at all. Oh. Here's the version I used, still would crash, but not all the time. Well, I'm hoping I don't crash at all with this new setup. Need more Atlas trees? We do. We do need more Atlas trees. What build is this? Holy Relic. Chaos Holy Relic. Not Poison. Poison is different. This is now Chaos Holy Relic. Crit. As weird as that is. His opinion on PV2. Do you think it's inferior to PV1? That's a harsh way to say it. My long-term opinion of PoE2 is that I will eventually really, really like it. I think it's going to be great. I don't think it is right now. It's just not very good right now, but I think there's a lot of cooking left to do. And I have every intention of trying it out every single time there's a new release. And eventually, one day, I'll be like, Yo, this is it. It's good. Yay. Just don't know when that'll be. And poison are still testing. I think it's gonna be better, but we're definitely still testing. I only respec'd into it today. We've barely tried anything. I'm trying in life and I need to do 260. I'm still getting one shot with 5k HP and 150ish on res. So you only need overcap for altars. And I've only got 4k life. So probably something else going on there. Okay, what else? What else have I missed? Ah, this wheel. It's just of the night. Dropped a divine. Nice. League challenges fun. I've never done them. I mean, I just do them because of the rewards. The rewards are great. What about the middle left wheel? The fuck does that mean? Oh, this one? Makes it significantly harder. I definitely want to start without that. You mean this one? I don't think it matters. It's not what we're farming with this set. Bloodhound makes it freaking hard. Yeah, I definitely want to start without that. I think the answer for the last 6 is just going to be to grab these. 15% rarity and another 3% quant. Too good. Okay, now over here. Now we're going to do invigoration and blooming. And then what was it? So risks was the rest, but also people were saying wisps were very good. I ran 2 wisps. I ran 2 wisps with bloodlines and got a lot of raw. Okay. Let's try it. Just checking my 8-mod corrupted ones that just happen to be here. Entering annoyance if you haven't already. I have the media tower, the empowering range. Oh, I don't have the freeze. I don't have the freeze anymore. No, you want 1 freeze. Which is more bosses equal more pump loot, and not getting that also less loot. Right, except it makes it literally like 7 or 8 times as hard. Merc can do blood annoyance, yeah, and they affect you. Like if you can't, like you still make a ton without that top wheel that gives all the bosses. So you don't start with it because it makes it disgustingly hard. Silver opalescent. But you could get another. I can get another one on here with more range. Over the invigorating scarab. Yeah, well, it's just about whether or not you can even run it. You still want as many empowers as you can get, but it's sometimes worth it to put some of those freeze ones in. Black and Verdant and Tainted Oil. There we go. Yes, the Merc's rings affect your towers. And if this goes easily, then I'm going to replace that media burning tower with more range again, probably. None of those. All right, let's do Dunes. Running sound effects for this. I should probably turn them off, right? I should probably turn off sound effects. You know what? Fuck you. Oh, no more space. Okay, curses we're immune to, debuffs doesn't matter, collide, whatever. Sure. It's only got 109% more currency. It's not a fantastic map for rewards, but it doesn't brick anything, so... No bosses, so Eldritch and Blizzards are quite good? Yes. What do you even put on here? It's Settlers, right? Because you already have Blight, so you put Settlers on to try and get the Verisium ore. Not Verisium, Bismuth ore. Ooh. Oh, that's the same one from earlier. It's still gross. Settlers, there it is. All right, can we actually do this bullshit without crashing our instance? I'm gonna leave sound on. Hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully it'll be okay. Oh, did I forget to quality that map? Fuck. That's all right. Don't worry about the rewards. We're worried about whether it crashes or not. To start with. Yo, slightly too late. Too good to chisel things. That's my bad. Forgot to chisel the map. That's fine. Just I need to find out if we crash or not. That's the important bit. Can we actually even fucking do it? Sure. Trigger full overlook instead of lancing. Very briefly, it did not feel good enough at all. Okay, well, we only hit 5 guys, so that's pretty rough. See, like this right here. This is where you want, unfortunately, at least one chill dude. Well, have equal engine strength. Yes. I mean, that was so easy, like nothing happened. Like, that felt like nothing. Okay, let's go up difficulties. And also actually chisel our maps. Yeah, it was a ship light, but I'm not worried about that. I couldn't even run that before without crashing. I couldn't run any of these without crashing before. That's what this map was of, is can I run it without crashing? The answer is yes, so now let's juice it up. Also, why was there not one big thing at the end here instead of... Yeah, so they fixed the flickering the other day, which is very good, but we would also full on crash the instance because of poison calculations, which was a different problem. So we had two big problems. That's the wrong one. I put in the wrong scarab. That one's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. That's full mods. This time fucking chisel the bitch. Okay, now we have the proper thing in too. Oh, now we're gonna have a lot more juice. Let's see. At least we chiseled this one. And the map tab, isn't that just for... We're after a different ore. I forget what its name is. The one that adds an extra modifier to everything. You know that one? Bismuth, that's the one. Hey, there it is. This one right there. That's exactly what I was hoping for. The one that makes the game look better? Yeah. Please. Absolutely duplicate currency. Okay. Now, if you're going to give me some this close, what you're going to get is stun and freeze, because I don't expect to kill anything back there. I don't want to kill anything back there. I hope I don't have to kill anything back there. But if I do, I need it to fucking stop, right? I need it to be like, oh, no thank you. Pedals are usable. I actually have no idea what this pedal does. Nope, fuck that nonsense. Use Spectre in my version. Use a perfect naval officer with precision, which in turn may trigger the Sith jewel more often. Well, more importantly, it gives precision, which is increased crit chance to your actual minions. Oh my god. I kill stuff so much better. Oh my god. That was so smooth and easy. I thinks the mind control will be fine on Fear 3. Do they explain why? Is there a video? DB just updated with some of the new stuff that hasn't been mentioned yet. Yeah, that happens all the time. Yo, let me back in. Well, that was, hello, let me back in. There's more loot on the floor. What are we doing? Excuse me. Is it more damage than needed next season? Ah, so that's a problem. While directly the actual, what the fuck? While directly it only got a 20% nerf. Its support's also got another nerf for like 25% ish or so. As well as its pack spirit's also got a nerf for like 30 or 40%. And there's like compacting nerfs on nerfs on nerfs, not just that in its own. So I would say he's just missing the rest of the context, probably. So that was weird. I've never been rolled back out of my stash. Normally, you put stuff in your stash and that saves it. So that's weird. Okay, I'll tell you what. Kind of want to take this wheel now because that worked pretty well and I just want to see if I can do it with that wheel. So let's just pull these for now. That's gonna be interesting. That makes it a lot harder. Fuck your drowning orb. Obviously, I would prep more maps than this at once we decide it's like worth doing and good enough. You don't just roll like 1 or 2 maps at a time normally. Is there any reason for it to be delirious? Like, does it really do anything? Is there any reason for me to delirium this thing? Well, it does make the unique mobs stand in place and cast worthless skills. True, actually. I think 1 delirium orb actually makes it easier, not harder. Is it a mana now? I only couldn't in a no mana regen map, which we're not running risks, so it should be fine. Blackheart with bosses this time and delirium. Okay, every time I end up back in town, I've lost a dude. I don't know how it keeps happening, but I keep losing a dude. Just one. So it's not like they're dying from content or whatever. I just keep despawning a dude somehow. Boom. Easy. That's money. Negative 104 lightning. Funnily enough, somebody buys that. All right, no ore in this one. Sag. Or at least none of the correct ore. But stupid amount of bosses. We'll do that and that there. And that there and that there. Ooh. Okay, my holy relics are dying. That's going to be an issue. Oh, they're all dead. Okay, that's going to be an issue. Ooh, we're still doing the thing. Oh, I'm fucking spawning them as quick as I can. I mean, okay, so I was able to do it. Well, we're able to do it. That's the important bit. Oh, I pressed alt. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. It didn't crash. Also, but just go larger. Each empowering tower area grants black monsters difficulty and rewards. So that's only for them. That's only for the monsters. So that doesn't count for at the end. Like at the end, if there's a tower you've missed, you might as well, you can make it anything, right? Like, obviously, I don't want to have missed a tower, but if I'm building at the end, it doesn't matter what they are. Does nothing. It could be anything. Yeah, that time I was busy resummoning relics because they were causing issues. So, what can I do to stop my relics from dying? I mean, I don't want to... Boom. Flailed coil ring. Gross. Uh-oh. Towers? I do have that node. I was looking for it. There it is. Black towers in your maps can be salvaged. Higher tier towers grant better salvage rewards. Salvage rewards are improved for each different tower type built during encounter. So it's actually actively better to build different ones at the end. If you have them left over. It would be better if they were just all empower towers early. Right, but I spent a bunch of time like just resummoning my minions so that I could get my minions back up again. But like, if you've got ones left at the end, you might as well build different ones. That's better. I started taking damage in tier 17s with spirit offering, so I went back to bone offering. I definitely don't want to give up spirit offering. That's with 25%, with basically 50% increased effect between the quality and the thing, that's like 250% increased critical strike chance and 60 odd percent multi. I'm actually already in Decay Ward. I actually haven't changed. Yeah. And we have this beautiful bastard. We have the Combs ring the gloam ring or whatever, which gives you the reduced damage. So the problem is I did drop this, which is a lot of life and regen. The Deli Orb makes it safer. Also, I'm not convinced that I need spiritual aid. Remove the caster mastery yet? I haven't. Which I can absolutely take those for. I think original league carries the profane blame so hard. I think that's true when you have Cull from your animate guardian because you're causing most of the explosions. I'm pretty sure that profane bloom, when a minion causes it, curses enemies you or your minions kill. I think when your minions kill it, it already counts your minion damage. I think when you have an animate guardian out, when you're in that version, you have Cull, and because of that, and because of how many times you hit with Lancing Steel, you're actually getting most of the kills in the entire game. So you need spiritual aid for that. But I think that when you drop it, you don't anymore. Which would give me a bunch of points. 2 of which I could spend there, which would be fantastic. I could get more minion leech there, but I don't know if I need that. I could get max res, but I'm only just res capped anyway. I'm thinking I take those 3 and those 2 and this one at the back here for more damage. So that'll be life, 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 regen. This is life and damage, damage and regen. And then this is more damage again. Explain again why we're using spiritual aid. So when we're not using this helmet, we have an animate guardian out that gives us, that uses a kingmaker. That gives us and our minions both Cull. But because we're firing 3.5 attacks per second that fire 14 projectiles that all return and we just fucking drown the area in hits, it is most likely that we get the kill, not the minions. And when we get the kill, we need spiritual aid to make sure that profane bloom does 150% of their life instead of 25. It makes a huge difference. But when you're in this setup, you don't have Cull anymore, which means your minions are most likely getting the kill, which means they already have the damage bonus. Am I doing having Cull do much in this case? No, but it would if I went over to like an Uber or whatever. But either way, this should make my guys significantly more tanky and also give me a pretty decent amount more damage. There's another 40. There's another like 53% damage, as well as 20, 30, 40, 50, 52% increased life, as well as 2% regen for them. That ups their life quite a bit.
Teach a man to cook and cook good, not good. He died, starve. Teach a man fish, not starve. Cook and fish, starve, not.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, let's go again. Not quite that. Sorry, bud. Go again. I don't know if that'll be okay. Let's not test it. That will be. It's only got scarabs though. Have you got a suffix still? No, just 2 prefixes. Hit good. Eh. You got the rare fracture on it on you though. That's really, really good. It's just more scarab instead of more currency. But you'll do. Alright, let's see if our minions die. I'm more interested in can I stop the minions dying and like make everything smooth rather than getting rewarded for this right this second. I just like want them to live. Yeah, minion life tattoos as well if you can. I could. Yeah. I absolutely could. Does a multiplier work with Holy Relic? No. That would only apply to the player, not to the minions. Oh, there's the charges. God, they're small on the Holy Relics. They do have charges. They do have charges. They're just really fucking tiny. Really small charges. But they do have them. I'm sure the shadows work just fine. I wasn't earlier because I couldn't see them when we were just walking around. But I wasn't zoomed in. You zoom in and they've got charges. They're just there. They're just hanging out with charges. They've got little baby charges. That's all. It doesn't, no, because I've got a charge MTX on. Fuck, that'd be funny though. Imagine if you get a bunch of tiny little mirrors floating around all your minions. That'd be great. Oh God, there they go. Ahem. Resummoning. Resummoning. Oh, damn it. Okay, I actually did die. I couldn't move once I was in there. I was just trying to like go through real quick in case there was a proximity shield there. And then once I got in, I couldn't get back out again. It was just all frozen. Uh-oh. I can't fucking tell if I'm hurting stuff in there or not. Is there a proximity shield or not? Okay. I mean, there's a lot here at all. I do feel like Abyss has been better to me than this. I know I'm not like fully juicing correctly yet, but... No. No, I cannot. Someone's not seen the intro. Well, they have. I don't know. There's an unhinged first message. Wait, I didn't know other people could see that it was first time chatter. Okay, I'm not even next to it. Come on. I thought if I walked away over here and pressed Alt, that it would be okay. I thought if I walked over here and pressed Alt, that we'd be okay and I could like walk in. Okay. Oh my God. You can't walk in. Holy shit. Nope. You absolutely do not get to press Alt in these maps. Oh, that is just unacceptable. You do not get to press Alt. Ah.
Money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. Make me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat. You really have to see it.
Okay. What I don't get is what the boss was aiming at. You walked them into it. Oh god, there they go. God damn it, the clip is like immediate. I can't unpause it and see them die because the shit's everywhere. Go away. There they go. Oh god. Okay, I see the barrage. What were they firing at to begin with? I ran them into an empty space that I was never at before, and that's where the giant barrage was happening. But why? I wasn't up there before. What? Why were they firing up there? It's like predicting like Hell Week. I don't know. Oh. Don't know. We need the clip to start like 10 seconds before that. Just got skill shot by the boss. It's 845 divines for a mirror. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Isn't it somewhat insane? YouTube channels, I can rewind and slow play it. Fair. Fair. Hi. GCL, how you doing? Interesting. The mirror's shard hasn't changed very much. Look at my path of building to see what I should have done wrong. No. Mostly because as soon as I start doing it, I have to do it for everybody, and then it's fucking all I do for the whole stream. There is, however, a PoE Vault has a Discord that they have like help forums on where they give individual help to people. It's very, very, very useful and very, very, very good. And if they don't already know the answer, like if it's something new or they're not sure, or like the admins over there don't know the right answer, then they'll tag the creators and drag them into the conversation as well. So there's like an admin team over there that like has all of the regular answers and looks at the individual path of buildings and everything. And then they'll tag us if it's something weird that they don't know the answer to. And that is where I would suggest getting build help for not just my builds, but any builds that come from PoE Vault. Because you can open your own one-on-one thread. It is the large advantage that PoE Vault has over like Max Roll or any other website, is that there's like a whole Discord dedicated to build help for those builds. Boom. Foiled watcher's eye? Non-unique equipment found in area drops as currency instead. Okay. Feared, Gigantic Rogue Exiles. Maximum number of players is 1. Yeah, Ghosted Feared with Shrine debuffs should be fine. I'm not too concerned about that. The last keeps bugging out about a patch, but no patch exists to download. I don't think so. Another Valdo's puzzle box. Foiled shape of seed. Ugh. Where's DPS do you think you're on now? Somewhere in the ballpark of 70 million. Somewhere in the ballpark of 70. Again, didn't click correctly, says you will be seen as being used. Ah. Alright. Is to get no kinetic bar. Are they deleted? They're not deleted. It's just some actual bullshit. It's just some actual bullshit, that's all. I've spent 250 div and I'm still not even at 2 million. That ain't true. You might not know how to set up Path of Building, but you're definitely over 2 million if you've spent that much. You would have to wildly misspend. You would have to like... Well, it's far more likely that we just don't know how to set up Path of Building correctly, because that's a whole thing. You would have to wildly misspend to spend that much money and not be doing, well, more than that. Also put a single 250 div jewel, right? Bought a mage blood and then 20 div of garbage. Yeah. You know what? You convinced me. That's fucking mental. What's your account name? Give me, I want to import your account. I have made builds like that before. It's fair. Second season managed to gather 250 div without knowing how Path of Building works. Smells like RMT. No, that's just a thing poor people say. There are plenty of people who earn multiple rares on their first league. If they just like listen to content creators and follow the strats that make money, it's not that hard. Okay, let's start. Let's start with our setup. So 15, 15, 12 near you. Good. Sand Stance, Brian King, Gruthcole, Time Stationary, have Energy Shield, do Endurance Charges. I hope you've got endurance charges somewhere. I'm going to assume we are. Kill recently on consecrated ground. A bunch of times you've been hit recently. Enemy is cursed. I hope enemy is hindered. Unnerved even? Yes, cool. Okay. Hits can't be evaded. Great. Good. Alright, so we're still in the Joffrey setup, which is fine. No corruption here, that's also fine. Maim is strong, Unnerve is strong. Max Res is a pretty good use of your implicit. Oh, found a problem. That's garbage. There's nowhere that's helping. Okay, so we've got a single bone ring, no minion res. Okay. We do have double minus mana though. I think I found a second problem. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Okay, so that's nice, and it was done because of my change earlier. You caught that in the Path of Building. The problem is you don't have any mana gain on hit. So the first problem is that you don't have any mana gain on hit. Which means even though Path of Building thinks you're good, you're not, and you are running out of mana, and you are missing some attacks. So, as sad as it is to give up the gain 3 energy shield per enemy hit with attacks, you need to replace that essentially with gain 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks. We need that somewhere. I have it on my ring, but that's very expensive. The cheaper place to do it is a jewel. You can get both on the same jewel, but that's also pretty expensive. So there's that. That'll help to start with. The next thing we're missing. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, so the next thing we're missing is that we're at the 42% cooldown recovery breakpoint. That is rough. That is not okay. So exclamation mark relic. There are breakpoints for this bitch, and they are the ones that are relevant to you is 30, 52, 82, and then 128. We're not going to worry about 128. That's way too far. But we are going to worry about 52 and 82, neither of which you're at, and you need to get to both. So a level 20, 23% quality Holy Relic is gonna be needed. Before we do this though, my lord. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, so there's 1.4, and let me get the I assume you have an Envy Merc. Do you have Zealotry on it as well? Or just Envy? Just the Envy? It's okay. So let's get rid of the Zealotry part. And I assume you have a Lear cast on. Or weird skills, doesn't matter. So you have to put manually in here the curses as well. Do yes, cool. So despair and temporal chains. That's 1. That's 2. We've got a Kingmaker as well. Okay, so I assume that the Learcast is also on the Animate Guardian. Let's throw that in. And you and nearby allies have Culling Strike. Is that not how that's said? There we go, just Culling Strike. There we go. Alright, so you're currently at about 3.3 mil. Wondering where the 200 div went? I mean, that's 120. Then there's the Correct Forbiddens. Then there's an Elegant Hubris, which is actually like bad, actually. That doesn't do anything. Also, you don't need these 2 points. The Elegant Hubris is a bad one, but that's fine. Just take those 2 points out. It does nothing. We don't care about that. Red Nightmare's good. We're using the thing correctly. Okay, that's fine. Alright. So we're actually at 3.3 mil. Most of the, like over half the budget is just the shield right now. So let's have a look at different problems. The first one and the biggest one is actually going to be the quality here. So what we want to do is hit 83. You're at 42. So you're missing 2 quality breakpoints, which is massive. So the first thing will be, this is red, red, green, green, green. Red is only used for Empower or Enlighten. That's it. So we're going to have to change that to a green, right? So only the red is empowered. It's also a level 2 empower, not a level 3. So buy a failed level 3 empower to get extra levels. This puts us up to 72, which is nice. We're going to get the 3 more there by getting a corrupted gem.
Get your magic find characters
level 20
ready.
With 23. Oh yeah, sorry, this is set to 1. Triple all those numbers that I've been talking about, because you're actually at 9 mil. There's 3 of them. So we're now at 10. Right? And then you're going to get a new fucking amulet, because the roll on the amulet matters a lot, and yours is trash and therefore doing nothing. And you're going to buy one that's that's a 90. Jesus Christ, imagine. 30 save. All right, suddenly we're up to 12.6 mil. Goose, thank you for the prime. So suddenly we're up to 12.6 mil. I give my left nut for 90% ashes, right? 90% quality ashes would be fucking mental. Okay, so now we're up to here, of which I am still not particularly happy. Done with that part of the building? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so these are huge, right? Fixing the colors and getting the correct ashes and like reaching the quality breakpoints, that's huge to start with. But if I had to guess, I would say you're also a little too squishy. Yeah.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
1 more month.
Right, so also the same things here. These things need quality. Like, just putting 20 GCPs on Unbound Ailments gives you 500,000 damage, right? Like just qualitying these gems is actually huge. Deus Divis, thank you for the prime. Empower doesn't need quality. Obviously, if you can afford it, level 4 Empower is better than level 3, but don't be wearing a level 2. So let's start with that. Now let's see what else we got that's wrong. Something else is going wrong. All colors green, 1 red. Yep, reds are only for Empower or Enhanced gems in this setup. So depending on what your current setup is, like whether or not you would not be using an Enhanced right now, so you would want only a single red, which would just be for the Empower. Everything else wants quality. So let's see, we got 60 there. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure you also have 1 too many Ghastlies. Let me double check. You do. You also have 1 too many Ghastly jewels. 1 too many Poison Chance jewels anyway. Which is like not necessarily an issue, but like the poison chance on the last one is doing nothing, right? So find your worst jewel and throw it away, or sell it, or whatever. There's an Aminamar who's there already. Can I replace it with men again on hit? Yes, actually, you can. That is a very good temporary solution anyway. All right. So, fix the quality, fix the gems, fix the sockets, get yourself a proper amulet. You're going to go from like the 6 or so you started with to 13 mil just from that, which is very little investment. And then probably the next thing we're doing is looking for proper jewels, right? That one's sort of okay. Barely passable. That one's not. That one's not either. Yeah. So this is like passable, but replaceable, but passable. Because at least you got the 35, but no life roll. And I'm just going to show you what happens if it's a really good jewel. Obviously, you don't have to make perfect ones, but I'm just going to show you what the difference is if you get like good ones, right? This is lower than. That's just not true. We actively want them. At least 2 of them on 8s. Is a square and a helium on relic? No, I did not. That's hilarious though. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the suffixes. Obviously, all res, attack speed, chaos res, whatever. God damn it, hold on. It won't let us trade. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right, so the suffixes are just like resistances or attack and cast speed or whatever. But if we just do this, right? And then we replace all of them with the new ones. Oh wait, before it... Too late now. Yeah, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? There they are. Where's the third one? There. Oh, whoops. I put maximum mana on it instead of maximum life. Lol, I did that again. Right, so just defensively, we end up with a ton more life, and we go up to 14 mil. And obviously the rest of our points, these back ones are insane. With a 9-1, with a 2-9 prefix worth 1.5 div. Because it was 29% quality. It wasn't about the roll. It was a 29% quality base. Class of X is worthless on you don't even want quality on weapons. You use tempering orbs. Aren't those just enchants? Aren't tempering orbs just enchants? You still want quality. Anyway, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking share this path of building back, so that you've got an idea of how everything is set up correctly. Obviously, you're not level 100 and you don't need to make these new clusters right away or anything. Do the other things first. Alright, pineapple, You wanted recom? You want to use my gold for something? What am I recombining? I don't see a pineapple. I don't see a pineapple. There's craft aspect of the crab on this now. I mean, yeah, but you don't need the multi-mod part. You just need an open suffix. It's a beast craft. Beast will just add the mod to it. It's not a craft. Like it's a beast craft, but it's not a craft. So when you do that, it just becomes a modifier. And make sure you do the one that says level 30. Oh, come fuck it, 50 and 62. No, you're not. You're just not including bone offering in your setup. You're looking in game and being like, oh, my block is low. But if you were like to proc bone offering, then you would have your block. It's all right. The reason I know the answer to that so quickly is because it's real fucking common. Like that's everything nice. Yep, that'll do it. All right. I have a ton of ideas to go with this hit version that I want to work on before I go to sleep and to make sure a YouTube video comes out. So I'm probably going to jump off. Was Ward so good at the gloves? I don't know if I ever made a command for that, but TLDR, you don't lose aspect of the crab unless you take physical damage to your life. Taking it to your ward doesn't stop it. So if you've got lucky block with the Svalin on, you're blocking 91% of the time. When that physical hit makes it through, it just gets rid of your ward. And you keep 12 stacks of aspect of the crab for 24% physical mitigation. So you have to actually get hit twice. You have to get hit once to get rid of the ward, and then again before the ward comes back for physical to lose your crab. So it's useful. And with the caster mastery, nice. Feel free to send your updated one. I'll have a look at it too. But I got some ideas. I got some good ideas, I think. But we're gonna have to work on some of them off stream. That is still in the wand. Nice though. That is nice though. Until he gets it sorted. Yes, I got stuff to work on. Also, like, I want to improve as much as I can before making videos and whatnot. But fuck, crit hit is definitely gonna be the upgrade. Like, we're not going back. This is we're keeping this. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.